Test, 1, 2. Ms. Allison.
Members and our guests will please rise. Our chaplain, Charles C. Strunk, leads us in prayer, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. Chaplain C. Strunk.
Our word for today is 1 Peter, the 3rd chapter, 12th verse. For the eyes of the Lord are upon the righteous, and his ears are open to their prayers. Let us pray. Open our eyes, O Lord, that we may see your shining face calling to each of us to answer your call for each of us to do what is good for others in your loving care. Bless each of these representatives and staff as they may follow your example of love for each other. Bless our defenders of freedom and first responders, and make your face to shine upon our world, nation, president, state governor, speaker, staff, and all who enter and serve in this vineyard. Heal the wounds, those seen and those hidden, of our brave men and women who suffer and sacrifice for our freedom. Lord, in your mercy, hear our prayers. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Anything to read, Mr. Crum?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to hold this message to ratify. I'm not sure they really want to do it today.
Ms. Davis.
Clerk will read.
Introduction of Senate amendments to House Bill 4100, the budget.
Senate amendments.
House resolution by Representative Carter honoring Clemson University men's soccer team.
Carter, action item sent to add roll of the House. Objection. Hearing none, so ordered. Adopted.
We have a House resolution by Representative Carter celebrating men's golf at Clemson.
Mr. Carter, action item sent to add roll of the House. Objection. Hearing none, so ordered. Adopted.
Mr. Speaker, members of the House, the Senate respects the former alma body that it concurs with the amendments you proposed to 229. Just 1 second, Nita.
Message received.
Hold on, hold on. You want to stand back there?
Clerk will read.
Representatives May McCabe and others supporting the democracy and the Republic of Taiwan.
For the House Judiciary Committee.
Mr. Forrest congratulating Vicky Corder of Lexington.
Mr. Forrest moves to add the roll of the House. Is there objection? Hearing none, so ordered. Adopted. All right, members, we're in the roll call. All members record your presence. We're in the roll call. Oh, thank you, bro. Appreciate it. I don't know if it's hotter or what, but I can't breathe. Where's Mitch? Sergeant.
Ms. Calhoun.
All right, members, we're in the roll call. All members, please record your presence. Mr. Yao. Mr. Yao. All right, members, we need to get started. All members record your presence. How long is it going to take to read Paula's thing? What is it? Yeah. That's fine. We're good. Thank you, brother. Oh, Mike Byrne?
So what did you decide you're going to do so we got so I know what to do?
Got three. Form, amendment first, and over doing that. Second,
I told you I would ignore this if you had something that you're
what I need you to do on
So we got an amendment coming up with somehow that's going to keep the sale. So I just need to withdraw to get it. So I'll just be sitting, standing there. I just want to make sure you understand. Well, I trust you on it. I just didn't. That's all I did. And I figured, I had to figure you ought to be on top of it. By the same token, I don't want to do that. Okay? I'm in on that. See, what you don't remember is long as I did later, we called through there to sell this thing before anybody knew that.
they keep running post office, James, they keep running everything you take. Thank you.
Go ahead, we're going to accept the invitation to ratify, so Joey start signing this.
No House bill? All right, members, we're about to close the roll call. All members record your presence.
Before you get too deep into it, meet my youngest son, Rhett. Rhett, how are you? Nice to meet you as well. I am too.
Representative Johnson. Representative Johnson. All right, members, check the board. We're about to close the roll call. All right, Ms. Allison. Ms. Allison. All right, members, we're going to close the roll call. Going to close the roll call. Polls are closed. Clerk will tabulate. All right, members, if you take your seat. House will be in order. Members, please take your seat. We have some introductions and recognition by your fellow member. I'd ask you to treat them as they would treat you if you were making a recognition or a presentation. So House will please come to order. Members will please take your seat. All right, members, it's too loud to do this. Ms. Allison is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For those of you that have been here for a number of years, you know that we have Miss South Carolina Day at the Capitol each year, and we introduce those young ladies from across the state of South Carolina who are representing their different cities and towns and do a wonderful job on community service. Unlike any other year with the pandemic this year, we were unable to do that, but we have two of South Carolina's finest with us today that we want to recognize, and we want to honor them for the work that they have done and continue to do. At the back, we have Kellen Finnegan. Standing with me today is Representative Chris Wooten and Representative Paula Calhoun, who are from Lexington, and both of these young ladies are originally from the Lexington area. Also standing with me is Representative Celeste Davis. And for those of you that know Celeste, you know how important STEM has been to her over the years, and she's been quite an advocate for it. And you're going to learn through these bios, these young ladies are intensely involved in the STEM program. First of all, we have on my left, and you're right if you're facing with her, Kellen Finnegan. She's a senior at River Bluff High School, where she is a member of the Center for Law and Global Policy Development. She's all the Superintendent's Advisory Council, and she is Vice President of the Beta Club, Vice Chairwoman of the Teenage Republican, HOSA Fundraising Chairwoman, and is top 4% of her class. She is a 4-time letterman on the varsity swim team and a member of the golf and lacrosse team. Kellen serves as our Miss South Carolina teen for 2019 and 2020, and she is the founder of the Families Fostering Hope, which serves foster care children through Kellen's Closet. Through her nonprofit organization, she has donated more than 40,000 items, such as blankets, pajamas, shoes, clothing, and toiletry items to our foster care children in 14 states, Haiti, Honduras, and Africa. Kellen placed in the top 10 at Miss America's Outstanding Teen. She was top 6 teens in action for her community service impact, as well as earning the Academic Excellent Award for the highest GPA and several other honors. She's the proud employee of our own Nephron Pharmaceutical Corporation right here in Columbia, where she works directly with the CEO, Lou Kennedy. Kellen will attend Clemson University College in the fall to study genetics in her pursuit of a career in the medical law. We want to honor her today, thank her for her service, and continued service to this state. Kellen.
Let's welcome these outstanding ladies to the South Carolina House. Ladies, we are delighted to have you with us today.
Mr. Speaker,
Yes, ma'am.
the young lady that stands before us now, Morgan Nichols, is a summa cum laude graduate of Clemson University with a degree in genetics and minor in business administration. She is the longest serving Miss South Carolina, serving the state June 19th through this capacity. She travels the state furthering her initiative, Stronger with STEM, an acronym for science, technology, engineering, and math, which aims to populate South Carolina's workforce of tomorrow by ensuring all students have access to a high-quality STEM education. She has built a platform in her home state of South Carolina, constructing job portals, crafting student assemblies, catalyzing 21st century curriculum development, and hosting biotech educational programs. Morgan is also the current Corporate Affairs and Investor Relations Manager for South Carolina Bio, South Carolina's life science economic development organization. There she manages board communications, executive activities, and investor relations while assisting with various public relations and marketing priorities. Prior, Morgan was employed with Nephron Pharmaceutical, a multi-billion-dollar pharmaceutical manufacturing company right here in our own West Columbia. Listen to this. Morgan has received over $84,000 in scholarship in the last year alone through the Miss South Carolina Scholarship Organization. And this fall, I'm sure Mom and Dad appreciate that too. This fall, she'll put those to use as she begins a dual master degree in biotechnology and business administration at Johns Hopkins University. Our reigning Miss South Carolina, Morgan Nichols. Congratulations, young lady. Thank you.
Let's congratulate Morgan. Morgan, we are delighted to have you in the South Carolina House.
And Mr. Speaker, they will be in the lobby for those that would like to go out and personally congratulate them and have a photo made. Thank you for allowing us to honor these ladies today.
Absolutely. And Ms. Allison, you know it was only fitting that we had Mr. Wooten up here. Mr. Wooten had a 4.0 when he graduated. He sure did. He had a 2.0 as a junior and a 2.0 as a senior. So, Mr. Wooten, congratulations to you. All right, house will be in order. One more introduction, clerk. Ms. Calhoun. House will be in order. Members, take your seat. House will be in order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And any of the
Not yet, Ms. Calhoun. Not like get you some order.
Can we get the Education Committee up too? Can we get the Education Committee up too?
House will be in order. Clerk will read.
House resolution by Ms. Calhoun and the rest of the membership. Expressing gratitude to all South Carolina teachers who enthusiastically dedicate themselves in the future to the well-being of our students. Whereas the success of our children and communities and the prosperity of our state and nation is significantly influenced by the exemplary teachers throughout South Carolina. They dedicate their talents and minds to helping our schools and young people excel. Our teachers challenge students to meet academic standards while teaching them to apply what they learn, utilizing critical thinking. Showing the complex and rapidly changing economy, the teachers lay a foundation for success by aiding these students in their development. The Palmetto State's teachers dedicate countless hours to ensuring students' goals, social, academic, and emotional. They instill with their students a lifetime of learning, unique strengths, needs, services as mentors, coaches, club sponsors, and they are paramount to be recognized by us for their dedication and commitment to the education of our state. So be it resolved that we, the members of the House, express gratitude to them and enthusiastically embrace May 3rd through May 7th as 2021 Teacher Appreciation Week.
House will be in order. Ms. Calhoun is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, guests, and teachers as we stream live. This week is recognized as Teacher Appreciation Week. The week-long celebration is the culmination of a 40-year push to establish a National Teacher Day. According to the National Education Association, a Wisconsin teacher named Ryan Krug began writing the political leaders around 1944 about the need for a national day to recognize teachers for their hard work and dedication to students. Arkansas teacher Maddie White Woodridge took up the cause. She wrote to Eleanor Roosevelt, who in 1953 convinced Congress to proclaim a National Teachers' Day. Mrs. Roosevelt wrote in her newspaper column entitled My Day, "I have always felt that we did not give an honorable enough place in our communities to the teachers." After Congress designated the first Tuesday of March as National Teachers' Day, she continues, "Next to parents, they are the most important people in our communities." Then in 1985, the National PTA established Teacher Appreciation Week. The National Education Association then voted to mark National Teachers' Day on the Tuesday that begins Appreciation Week, which is today, May the 4th. As the state of South Carolina continues to emerge from the grip of COVID, let us applaud our teachers and recognize them for their unselfish dedication and commitment to the children, their families, our community, and the field of education. Let us offer gratitude for their patience and resilience, their focus and flexibility, and their perseverance and adaptability amid change. Let us be aware that our teachers worked during the pandemic like first-year teachers again. They were making out new lesson plans, teaching with items from their home, trying to find space from their homes, learning new technology platforms, all while trying to wipe away tears with a mouse. Good teachers are true heroes with characteristics of trust, loyalty, and devotion. As we emerge from the virus with in-person and online learning, let us continue to remember our teachers. They are the backbone of our society. They teach more than what's in the textbook and what's taught online. They seek opportunities for learning, and a good teacher has an instinct to channel learning on different levels, making our communities a great place to live, work, and raise a family. Susan Herndon, a former teacher, says, "A teacher only needs to gaze into the face of a child to know her self-worth." South Carolina teachers have made magic happen from Back to the Basics. Joy Lynn Moore, a former school teacher, states, "In the most challenging school year, teachers and all who work in their schools have worked diligently to find new ways to engage and encourage their students, aid parents, and support their coworkers. Thank you for serving the young people of our state." In closing, teachers make such a huge impact on their students' lives. As a former licensed educator of 8th grade science and math, I believe that being a teacher is a very special gift, and those that have the gift make a positive, lasting impression on the lives of their students that can totally change the trajectory of their lives. Teachers make all other professions possible. And those that were former teachers or current teachers that sit in the General Assembly, would you please stand now? Former or current teachers. I just want to applaud you. And the design on the screen is just something I made up in the shape of a heart that says, teachers make all other professions possible. Mr. Speaker, that concludes my presentation.
So let's stand and recognize all of our teachers for their hard work this year. Mr. Burns, you have an introduction? Here you go. Okay. Third reading, statewide uncontested bills, page 1, House Bill 3591. Clerk will read.
3591, Allison and Lucas. This bill passed the Education Committee. It's favorable. We've adopted the amendment.
All right, pending question, third bill, House Bill 3591 is amended by the body. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. House Bill 3591 does receive third reading. Page 2, House Bill 3592. Clerk will read.
3592, Allison and Lucas. Favorable with adopted amendment.
Pending question is third reading on House Bill 3592 is amended by the body. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. House Bill 3592 receives third reading by the House. Going to page 3, Senate Bill 201. Mr. Crum will read.
Senator Hembry, education, favorable, adopted amendment.
Pending question is third reading, Senate Bill 201 is amended. All in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 201 is amended, receives third reading by the body. We're on second reading, statewide uncontested bills. Senate Bill 619. Clerk will read.
Senate Bill 619 is a bill by Senator Rankin, which passed the Judiciary Committee favorable in its original state, but Representative Herb Kurzman has amendment number 1.
It's the wine bill.
I'm getting there. There's only one.
Members, you haven't heard these bills. These are second reading on new bills. A lot goes on in the last 2 weeks. You don't want to go home and tell your constituents you missed something. House will be in order. Thank you, Mr. Rutherford. Mr. Herb Kurzman is recognized on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We all may want to go home and drink some mead or cider. This simply allows for in-state mead and cider to have the same privileges, letting our in-state guys kind of compete and having 3 locations for testing. I did talk with Chairman Murphy, and there's going to be a couple issues with this. So I'm going to move to table the bill and let this be standalone legislation for next year. So, okay. Mr. Speaker, I move to table.
Thank you, Mr. Herb Kurzman. Mr. Herb Kurzman moves to table Amendment 1. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Amendment 1 is tabled. Clerk will read.
Leaving no further amendments to Senate Bill 619.
Mr. Caskey is recognized on the bill. House will be in order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the bill that's become commonly known as the Gallo bill. This is a bill that does a number of things to allow for Gallo specifically, really, to come into the state and invest what will amount to in excess of $400 million and 300 plus jobs in a tier 3 or 4 county, which inevitably will be Chester County. Let me start back at the top, though, to walk you through the bill and what was done. The House did not change anything from the Senate version. In the Senate, they did a lot of work on this bill from how it was initially introduced to really very narrowly tailor this to the concerns presented from all the stakeholders involved. And as you all know, anytime we start getting into the alcohol regulation business, there are a lot of different stakeholders who, because of our patchwork of laws, have to be addressed, and this bill does that. First, it clarifies what is really an emerging trend in the winemaking business to allow for the production of wines up to 16.5% alcohol by volume. It also, in effect, allows the Gallo facility that's going into Chester, which will do a number of things, but primarily bottling production, that sort of thing, to act as a winery itself. Perhaps next, most notably, is, and really where the divergence in existing law is, it allows the Gallo or any company that wants to come here and spend $400 million and employ 300 people to open what are referred to as satellite tasting rooms. Once they hit certain production targets, up to 3. Notably, the first satellite tasting room would not be allowed until they had met their commitment of $400 million and 300 jobs.
Mr. Caskey, let me ask you to suspend your remarks a minute. All right, members, I've got members in the back, members in the front complaining they can't hear. If you're going to talk, if you're going to turn your back and talk to your neighbor behind you, I'm going to have the sergeant remove you. Mr. Caskey, I'm going to recognize you as soon as I get order. All right, members, face forward. Mr. Caskey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, as I was saying, this bill would allow for the satellite tasting rooms for producers of certain volume amounts, provided they'd made the same substantial investment as Gallo. That's $10 million, gets you 1 satellite tasting room, 20 million gallons production, 2, and 30 million gallons production gets you 3 satellite tasting rooms. Those satellite tasting rooms are small facilities, generally about 50 people or less, where products generated by that specific manufacturer would be available for tasting and education purposes. There's some limited retail there, where if you go through the tasting room, you'd be able to buy up to 6 bottles there at the store. Of course, there's a wine tasting fee, and there's a requirement here that I think is important to note, that the satellite tasting rooms have to go through the same mechanisms that any retailer would. And by that I mean Gallo would have to sell its wine to a wholesaler and then buy it back for sale at the retail level, just like any retailer in your community may have to do. The tasting room hours are limited to close at 5:30 p.m. The tasting is limited to 10 ounces per day. And this is important, no beer or wine can be served at the tasting room. And again, as I mentioned, there's only 1 tasting room allowed per county. I think that's it. Let me just address the second half of the bill, which deals with some micro distilleries specifically. And what that language does is it creates parity for micro distilleries to sort of even the playing field with breweries and wineries, to allow distilleries to apply for an on-premise beer and wine license so they could serve liquor by the drink and serve food. It allows the distillers to charge a fee for the tour and allows up to 4.5 ounces. Currently it's 3 as part of a tasting on that tour, as well as allow a distillery to sell more bottles to those customers who come there. What we found in South Carolina is mostly the micro distilleries tend to be tourist type attractions, and people want to take home souvenirs with them. Initially, they had asked that the cap, which is currently set at 3 bottles, be raised to 12. We arrived at 6 through the negotiation process. And with that, I'll stop and answer any questions you might have.
Bamberg for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Caskey, thank you for the introduction to the bill. Did you know that I am in full support of this legislation, and I do intend to vote for it?
Thank you, sir.
And we had a very spirited, no pun intended, discussion about this legislation in judiciary. And we're all grateful that this company is located in South Carolina. It is a beautiful place to work. But did you know I would be remiss as someone who represents some of the smaller counties where we like to just live our lives and we don't believe that big government should dominate our personal lives. Representative Caskey, did you know that there are many people in this state who disagree with, for example, liquor stores, the blue laws? You can't sell on Sunday, you can't buy on Sunday, you can't buy after 7 o'clock. And this is supposed to be a state of small government, right?
Yes, sir.
And even in this bill, as good as it is, for example, with the wine tasting locations, they have to close at 5:30 and they can't open up until 8 o'clock, right? And that could prevent a lot of people from being able to sample their wines because a lot of people work during those hours. For example, there are days when we are still up here at 5:30. We wouldn't be able to visit the facility and sample a wine if we wanted, right? Do you know that there are people all over this state who think that our government has grown a little too much and they would like the freedom to live their life according to the way they see fit, not the way that state government often tries to restrict them?
Are you asking me if I am aware that people have different views on the role of government?
Correct.
I am very aware.
Well, thank you
I
so
have
very
an
much.
inbox to prove it.
Thank you so very much. And again, Representative Caskey, I plan on voting for this, and I'd ask all my colleagues to consider doing the same.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Mr. Robert Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Cassidy, you had mentioned that there's a fee for tasting. Is that correct? Do you know what that fee is?
It's not prescribed in the bill.
Okay. You also mentioned that there is a fee for the tour. Do you know what that fee is?
That's not established in the bill.
Okay, so is those are separate fees, or could you just pay one fee which will include the tasting and the tour at the same time?
I don't know the answer to that. I suppose they're all wrapped up in one, and I may be misspeaking if there's two.
Those are for different facilities. There's a fee to go into the tasting room, and there's a fee to go on tour of distributions.
So my lawyer tells me that there's two separate aspects to it. There's the fee for the tour in that part of the facility, and then there's a fee for tasting in another part of the facility.
Okay. And
Neither of which are prescribed in the bill.
Is there a limit on how many ounces per taste?
Yes, sir. As to wineries, that limit is 10 ounces. As to micro distilleries, that limit is 4.5 ounces.
Okay, all right. Well, thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. Pending question is second reading on Senate Bill 619. Roll call is required in order. We'll vote on the board.
Hello.
All right, members, time's expired. Polls are closed. Clerk will tabulate. By a vote of 98 to 11, Senate Bill 619 receives second reading. Clerk will read.
Mr. Speaker, members of the House, the Senate respectfully invites your honorable body to attend its chamber at a mutually convenient time for the purpose of ratifying acts.
Representative Forrest moves to accept the invitation to ratify acts. All right, that takes us to page 4, Senate Bill 131. Clerk will read.
Senate Bill 131, Senator Massey. Judiciary has also passed favorably in its original state.
All right, House will be in order. Mr. Caskey is recognized on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a fairly simple bill that tries to correct a historical anomaly, I guess. When the Capitol grounds were expanded years ago, Senate Street initially ran through the middle of this fine grounds. And so for whatever reason, the laws governing the jurisdiction of the House Sergeants at Arms and the Senate Sergeants at Arms was not extended to Pendleton Street, which is now our eastern boundary. And so this seeks to correct that. It also provides that access to the Capitol grounds cannot be restricted by anyone without permission of the House and Senate Sergeants at Arms unless some exigent circumstance existed. And of course, the House and Senate Sergeants at Arms would be recognized as the head of law enforcement for any purposes that may arise. Happy to take any questions.
Ms. Brawley is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Mr. Caskey, for taking my question. How will this impact the ability of peaceful protests on the campus? Will it impact that at all? I know we have a current procedure for people wanting to have demonstrations or use the Capitol steps for press conferences. How will this impact that?
It would not change any of that.
So this would just allow the same rules to apply to the Pendleton Street side of the Capitol? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, ma'am. Essentially to ensure that the House and Senate Sergeants at Arms have authority, law enforcement authority for the Gresset, Blott, Brown, and whatever that other building is. I don't ever go there.
Okay.
But ensure if there were a problem that they would be the lead law enforcement agency for those areas.
So are they currently the lead law enforcement agencies for other surrounding areas of the Capitol? I mean, are we changing the jurisdiction of their authority and taking that authority away from local law enforcement? Or are we just simply adding to what they can already do, but extending it to the Pendleton Street side of the Capitol?
We are deconflicting any confusion that may be there. It is clear now, for example, that here at the State House proper, where the authority is, but as to anything that may transpire east of us, so out that backside, that the respective Sergeants at Arms would have jurisdiction there. So it doesn't really change anything for you.
Okay, because unless I misunderstood what you said at first, are we saying that we are changing the authority of the local law enforcement officers to do what they do in relationship to the Capitol?
The question you're asking is the whole reason we have this bill, which is when something happens over here, who's in charge? And what we're saying here is the people in charge, the lead law enforcement agencies, will be the Sergeants at Arms.
As they are on the other parts of the grounds?
Correct, yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brawley. Pending question is second reading of Senate Bill 131. Roll calls required in order. We'll vote on the board. If all members wish to vote, voted. Time's expired. Polls are closed. Clerk will tabulate. A vote of 118 to 0. Senate Bill 131 receives second reading. Taking us to Senate Bill 200, Mr. Cromer will read.
200, Senator Hembry, Judiciary has passed favorably with Amendment number 1, which is the committee report. Amendment number 1, Judiciary.
Mr. Murphy requests debate. Mr. Gatch requests debate. Mr. Finley requests debate. Ms. Wetmore requests debate. Mr. Weeks requests debate. Mr. Rose requests debate. Mr. Britton requests debate. Mr. Garvin requests debate. Mr. Tedder requests debate. Mr. Fry requests debate. Mr. Hart requests debate. Mr. Shedron Williams requests debate. Mr. Hosey requests debate. Anyone else on my right side? My right. Mr. Britton does not request debate. Mr. Joe Jefferson requests debate. Anyone else to my right? All right, members to my left, Mr. Forrest requests debate. Ms. Murray requests debate. Mr. Gilliard requests debate. Mr. Bamberg requests debate. Ms. Murray, I got you. Ms. McDaniel requests debate. Mr. Collins requests debate. Ms. Henderson Myers requests debate. Mr. Carl Anderson requests debate. Mr. Ott requests debate. Mr. Pope requests debate. Mr. Taylor requests debate. Mr. Hickson requests debate. Ms. Dillard requests debate. Ms. Robinson requests debate. Ms. McGarry requests debate. Anyone else to my left requests debate? Did I miss anyone requesting debate on this bill? That'll move it to the contested calendar. That takes us to Senate Bill 107. Clerk will read.
107, Senator Campson, passed originally as is. Agriculture Committee, favorable as is.
Mr. Chumley is recognized on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. S-107, this bill makes 3 changes to South Carolina's beach preservation policy. First, it establishes that when a beach primary oceanfront sand dune is 200 feet or more landward from the beach's line of vegetation, the baseline is set at 30% of the distance between the vegetation and the sand dune heading toward the beach from the sand dune. When there is no primary oceanfront sand dune, the baseline is established using the most landward of the most seaward of 3 existing options in law, or the landward edge of the active beach. Finally, it removes the requirement that DHEC conducts a study when there's not a primary oceanfront sand dune. Move for passage.
Pending question is second reading on Senate Bill 107. Roll call is required in order. We'll vote on the board. If all members wish to vote, voted. Time's expired. Polls are closed. Clerk will tabulate. A vote of 117 to 0. Senate Bill 107 received second reading. Taking us now to Senate Bill 545. Clerk will read.
Senator Goldfinch has passed agriculture favorably with amendment number 1, which is also the committee report number 1, Ag.
Mr. Chumley is recognized on amendment 1, which is the committee report.
Okay. Thank you, Mr.
House
Speaker.
will be in order. Mr. Chumley, let me get you some order. House will be in order. Mr. Chumley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. S 545, set hooks on the Santee River. This bill does three things. It allows for the use of set hooks on the Santee River. It sets the limits of those set hooks at 50. The bill also would allow for the commercial use of hoop nets on the Wateree River with a limit of 10. The subcommittee did adopt one amendment. The amendment removes the ability to use hoop nets on the Congaree River.
Pending question is the adoption of Amendment 1, the committee report. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Amendment 1 is adopted. Clerk will read.
Nothing further.
There being no further amendments, and Mr. Chumley having explained the bill with the committee report, the pending question is second reading on Senate Bill 545 as amended by the body. Roll calls require an order to a vote on the board. Mr. Yao. Okay. All right, time has expired. Polls are closed. Clerk will tabulate. A vote of 120 to 0. Senate Bill 545 receives second reading by the body. All right, that takes us to Senate Bill 36, top of page 6. Clerk will read.
Senate Bill 36 is a bill by Senator Grooms. The bill passed agriculture favorably in its original state, but we have an amendment on the desk by Representative Yao. Number 1, Representative Yao.
Representative Yao is recognized on his amendment, Amendment 1.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill was passed a few years ago in the House, and it has sunset, and we need to get that sunset back. We're going to lose all our catfish. This amendment just makes it statewide instead of subjecting it to 1 or 2 lakes. Ask for your approval.
Thank you, Mr. Yao. Pending questions, the adoption of Amendment 1. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Amendment 1 is adopted. Clerk will read. There being no further amendments on the bill, that takes us to the bill. Senate Bill 36. Mr. Hickson is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's been brought to our attention, DNR, and some of the sport fishermen, that people are coming to our state and loading up by the truckloads blue catfish and taking them back to North Carolina and other states and selling them. We believe in our state to protect our natural resources, and this is what this bill does, along with Representative Yao's amendment. So if you would, please vote in favor of this bill. We want to protect our resources where our children and grandchildren will have something to catch when they decide to go fishing. So,
all right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hickson. Pending questions, second reading. Senate Bill 36 is amended by the body. Roll call is required in order. We'll vote on the board. All right, pending questions, second reading, Senate Bill 36 is amended. All right, time has expired. Polls are closed. Clerk will tabulate. By a vote of 118 to 0, Senate Bill 36 is amended, receives third reading. Time has expired in the uncontested period. Withdrawal objections, request for debate. Unanimous consent request. Ms. Allison.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to move to recall Senate Bill 231 from the Education and Public Works Committee and have the bill placed on the calendar. This bill is known as the Student Identification Card Suicide Prevention Act. It's S231, and it applies to our public schools that serve students in grades 7 through 12 and public and private colleges and universities. And basically, their identification card would on the back have the national suicide number and the state suicide number.
Ms. Allison makes a unanimous consent request that we recall Senate Bill 231 from her committee and that it be placed on the calendar. Are there objections? Hearing none, so ordered. Seeing no further unanimous consent requests, this appears to be a good stopping point. All right, members, we plan on doing Senate amendments after lunch. What the plan is to take a motion to recede until 2:30. I expect everyone back in the chamber no later than 2:35, and we'll start taking up amendments on Senate amendments. Mr. Forrest now moves that the House recede until 2:30. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Majority and minority caucus luncheons, I believe. We good?
Vegan chicken. That sounds good.
All right, members, we're in the quorum call. All members, please record your presence. We're in the quorum call. He's good with it. He gave Dale. Miss Dennis. All right, members, we're going to get started. All members record your presence. All right, members, we're about to get on Senate amendments. House Bill 3194. Mr. Burns. Okay. Passes. Here's Mr. Burns. Would you? Thank you, Mike.
Well,
right, we ready to go? Where are we at? All right, there's Bird, yeah. He's all over the place. All right, members, the quorum is present. All right, members, we're on the calendar. All members, please take your seat. All members, please take your seat. All right, members, we're on Senate amendments. Senate amendments to House 3194. The clerk will read.
We are on Senate amendments to 3194. That's a bill by Representative Lucas and others. We have 7 total. We have 1A has been withdrawn by Mr. Burns. Withdraws 1A. Juanita. 2A is by Mr. Lucas, Merle Smith, Simrel, and Rutherford. 2A.
All right, members, we're on Amendment 2A. Mr. Smith is recognized on the amendment.
All right, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, thank you. And ladies and gentlemen, I'll try to go through this as quickly as I can and as thoroughly as I can. And I'll certainly answer any questions that members may have. But this is the Santee Cooper bill that we have debated for 4 years. And so there is some light at the end of the tunnel right now where the Senate passed the bill. As you may recall, for those of you who were following the debate, the Senate initially started off with their own bill, and thanks to the leadership of the Speaker, he insisted upon that they move the House bill so that we would not allow another session to pass without having a crack at completing some reform at Santee Cooper and holding them accountable for what's been going on over these past decade. So in essence, the Senate has taken our bill and they have done, just so you know, on a broad picture, they overwhelmingly defeated the provision that allowed a process for a sale. As a result of that, most of you probably know that NextEra has withdrawn their offer, took their earnest money back from the Department of Administration, and has publicly stated that they are no longer interested in purchasing Santee Cooper. So that leaves really no one out there that has an active interest in purchasing Santee Cooper. So what we're going to do here today, guys, is we're going to do 3 things, and you're going to have 3 different amendments that are going to come before you. The first amendment that I'm going to take up right here is going to be the regulatory. How we're going to protect rates and protect the ratepayers of this state. Next, you're going to hear governance and how Santee Cooper should be governed under this process, and then you're going to hear about a process that we will set up to have a sale. And let me say this, and we're going to have different members come up here, but as it relates to a sale, it's a misnomer to say that we're voting for or against a sale. What this process is going to be that is set up, that we set up initially with our bid, is allowed a process if someone is interested in bidding. No longer can they call the governor, or no longer can they call some legislator and say, we're interested, and let me tell you what we're interested in. If you're interested, you're going to have to follow this process, and that's the most transparent and clean process. And I'll let Mr. Mr. Simmerl, I think, Mr. Simmerl, Mr. Finley, one of them will be explaining that amendment. So let me just start off with regulatory reform and tell you, ladies and gentlemen, that, first and foremost, what the Senate did was basically take upon our regulatory reform. They removed some things, they added some others, but the basis and the bones of that is the House bill. And I think that is good. That's remarkable considering where the Senate was once beginning. So I'm optimistic now that we're going to bring some much needed accountability and transparency, and most importantly, some oversight that has been to Santee Cooper that has all too long not existed heretofore. And so I think, no matter where we go today, we are making great strides in holding Santee Cooper accountable. The mistakes of the past, I do not think will be repeated if we can get through this and get a bill passed by the end of the year. So it's very important that we go through this. Now, a couple of things I want to tell you as we go through this is that we're requiring that every major decision of Santee Cooper must go through a thorough and transparent process. That no longer are they, the board, making the decisions without any checks or balances on them. So what we're doing is that as we're going to hear, as I'll tell you, we have PSC oversight over Santee Cooper. We have ORS oversight over Santee Cooper. We have Joint Bond Review Committee over bonds of Santee Cooper. And we have Agency Salary Head Review over CEO compensation. So no more we're going to have golden parachutes. Well, we got a bird flying around in here. And he landed in Representative Murphy's chair. So congratulations. We've gone to the birds in the back over there, Representative Murphy. All right. So sorry about the distraction. Apparently the clerk planted the bird in over here because the last time a bird was in here, he tells me it pooped on my jacket. So I guess he was trying to get a laugh out of me with that again. So back to what I'm telling you. Also, other things that we're requiring to Santee Cooper is that we're going to hold them to a higher standard than the individual, the IOUs, for a couple of reasons, and I want to make sure when we talk about this, you're going to see higher standards at PSC review than we have before. And let me explain to you why we're going to do that. Because the difference between an IOU and Santee Cooper is if a mistake is made in the process and they receive approval that ends up costing them money, it is not going to be the shareholders that bear that responsibility when PSC says you can't have it. It's going to be the ratepayers at Santee Cooper because they don't have any shareholders. So, and lastly, let me tell you this on the large scale of this amendment and all amendments, that what we're going to do here is that this will take effect on January 1st of 2022. So none of what we pass, if it becomes law here, will take effect until January 1st of 2022. So what we're going to do is extend the Act 135 up until December 31st of this year, because if you don't do that, then there is no accountability to Santee Cooper. Then they're back to what the conditions that brought us here today, and we want to make sure there's a check on them before the new law takes effect. So with that, let me just tell you a couple of things that we've done through this. Is first, going through an independent approval process, as I mentioned. The integrated resource plan, that is the plan of how they're going to have energy provided to their customers, is going to have to be approved by Public Service Commission. Any new construction is going to have to be approved by the Public Service Commission. And when I talk to you about having a higher standard, they're going to have to prove that there's no alternative way to meet their energy needs other than building a new plant. Also, if they're going to buy a plant, rather than go buy an existing plant, they're going to have Public Service Commission approval. And any long-term contracts or purchasing of power for over 10 years will require PSC approval. The procurement of renewable solar or renewable resources, any type of industry is going to have to be approved by the PSC, just like it is with IOUs. And any bond or debt that is going to require JBRC approval. That's the issuance of any bonds, notes, or other indebtedness, including refinancing, as long as it does not increase the issuance of their short-term debt. So they're going to have to go through joint bond review committee, just like any other agency has to do that issues bonds. On the retail rate making process, it's going to be the same process through the Public Service Commission as it is now for IOUs, but it's going to be done by the board. We're not going to have the PSC approve any of the rates because of bond covenants and issues like that, but what we're going to do is have the board set the rates, and any changes go through the same process where customers are notified. They have to have an opportunity to be heard, and then they're going to have to make those decisions in the light and in transparent manner, and there's going to be appellate rights assigned to those folks. So after that, if somebody is aggrieved and believes that the board has not made a decision that's in the best interest of the ratepayers, then the Senate did, and we're going to copy this, provide judicial review by the Supreme Court after they submit interest to request reconsideration by the board. Santee Cooper is required to submit a pricing report to Office of Regulatory Services every year so that the pricing reports are going to be transparent. They will be online, and everyone will know where they are and what their pricing reports were for this past year. In regards to ORS, the review power over Santee Cooper, they're going to have full authority to make audits, conduct examinations, inspections, and ensure and enforce compliance of the law. So there's going to be oversight over them that they comply with the law, and the ORS will be in charge of that. Finally, as I mentioned to you, we're going to extend Act 135 with a few modifications. As y'all may recall, Act 135 said up until May 31st of this year that in order for them to do any major bond refinancing, any major purchases, any major power agreements, that they had to get the approval of the majority of the governor, the speaker, the chairman of the Ways and Means, the president of the Senate, and the chairman of Senate Finance. And so they had to get that. So we're going to keep that in place, as I mentioned, to keep the check that they're not going to do anything in the interim that's going to denigrate Santee Cooper while reform happens, and what we're going to do it for is only for allowing interest rate swaps, provided that the swap does not result in an overall debt increase. We're going to allow them to continue closing the Winyah plant over in Georgetown, and no more ORS monthly reviews. So as you may know, ORS currently reviews Santee Cooper every month and reports back to the General Assembly. They no longer going to do that. They'll just continue to monitor and deal with that. So with all that being said, those are the regulatory changes. I'll be happy to answer any questions, and then you'll hear the governance and the issue of setting up a process for purchase of Santee Cooper.
Mr. Smith, your time on the amendment's expired. Mr. Smith requests a second 10 minutes on the amendment. That's granted. Mr. Ott has a question. He's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Mr. Chairman, for that very thorough explanation. And I was expecting a lot of it, but I need to just follow up a little bit with you on when we're going to be enacting the legislation. So could you go ahead and verify in the Senate version, when do they have the legislation going into effect?
Well, that was part of the problem. Some were January 1st of 2022. Others were upon signature of the governor. And then there were some in the fall, I believe. I may be incorrect on that. So what we did is just consolidated all of them into one, and that begins January 1st, 2022.
And I understand that. I guess my concern, and you certainly hit on it and highlighted it, was Act 135. And I think I felt a little bit better in your last part of your explanation, where there are some exceptions that are being granted to what Santee Cooper is going to be able to do outside of Act 135. I guess help me understand why we want to put it off until January 1st of 2022. If we feel comfortable with these changes, if we feel comfortable with these reforms, if we like the fact that they're going to have to go through the PSC, that the ORS is going to be so much heavily involved, why are we putting that off? If we feel good about these reforms, why wait until January? Why not just go ahead and put them in place now?
Yeah, that's a good question, Mr. Otten. I appreciate you asking that but as you know, ORS it has been involved with them, and ORS only has limited oversight. We're kind of diminishing that under this reform bill, where they basically have been the agency that have been monitoring their compliance with the law and reporting every month. But now, as you know, we're putting a lot of things in the Public Service Commission's wheelhouse, and so if we do that, they can't flip that switch immediately. And so what we're doing is giving them the time to get used to having deals, set up the process for dealing with this, because this is not the normal process that they generally deal with the IOUs. This is a process for Santee Cooper with some limited oversight over them, limited approval. And so what we're going to do is just give them 6 months, I presume it'll be 6 months, to be able to set up the process so that they can deal with that. And I think that's kind of what we thought. And I made a mistake. What the governance, I'm not in charge of the governance, so you're going to hear someone else, but they're telling me that the governance, it takes effect upon the signature of the governor too. So you're going to also have a number of some new board members coming in that don't have experience with Santee Cooper.
And I understand that. Did you know my concern just simply is I want us to be able to put, if we're able to lock in some better interest rates, I don't want to cost the ratepayers or any of the businesses that are buying their electricity ultimately from Santee Cooper. If there are savings that can be realized now, I don't want to prevent them from doing anything, but I think if you could just hit on that one more time, that is one of the exceptions that Santee Cooper will be able to enter into if upon passage and signage of the bill, they'll be able to get those better interest rates.
Oh, absolutely. And Mr. Opp, since we've had this since last year, we have that when they bring things to the committee's attention, if it saves ratepayers dollars, we have always approved that. Now, there's some things where they save themselves dollars, but then as you know, they increase their bond indebtedness by $100 million. And so what we want to make sure is that doesn't happen. But if they're going to refinance, take advantage of lower rates, they don't need to ask our approval. And so that's what we're doing here.
Thank you, Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Ott.
Ms. Danny, upstairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Chairman, thank you so much for this. I know a lot of people have put a lot of hard work into this, and I certainly agree with the reforms. I have one question just for clarity. You mentioned about the agency head review. Does that just take care of the CEO, or will it take care of the senior vice presidents also?
Well, what the Senate bill did the senior vice presidents, but the agency salary head commission, and we thought about this, we worked with the Senate a little bit on this issue, but agency salary head only sets the salary, the agency head salary. And so what we didn't want to do is start a precedent, and then we start getting all the deputy directors getting over there, and we need to leave that with the agency head. So we're just doing the CEO right here.
But is there anything in there that we can still monitor that?
Oh, yes, sir. We're going to monitor that. I assure you of that, and I'm sure we're going to make sure that the generous buyouts and parachutes that happened to the previous administration that departed and under some unusual circumstances will never occur again.
Thank you.
Ms. Davis with a question. She's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Chairman, did you know that I'm in favor of reform?
Yeah, I knew that. I'm just going to say yes with all your did you know questions. So
okay.
You keep on going. You have a running yes by that.
I am in favor of reform, and in fact, I'm in favor of reforming a number of state agencies that I think we should take a look at. I wanted to ask for a minute about the natural gas hedging, and specifically what we have in this amendment. And how far out any sort of restrictions on natural gas hedging go. As you may know, the price of natural gas right now is dependent on the ability for companies to continue with fracking, as well as sort of general inflationary pressures. We may, at some point in the future, see carbon taxes. I hope we don't. I think that will raise the cost of energy all over the United States. But I think we do need to look at the savings that can be realized through natural gas hedging. So if you would just explain what Santee Cooper could do to ensure that we realize those savings.
Well, Ms. Davis, I think one thing is under this bill and under current situation, they can always go out till 5 years. So they go out and buy natural gas hedges for 5 years. And then beyond that, Act 135 is in effect. They can come and ask the group until then, or they can go seek some approval from PSC, I think, or ORS. So it's under the same situation that group will continue to be able to allow them to do that. But you bring up a good point, and I'm going to say this. I'm very, very concerned about the future of Santee Cooper. And Santee Cooper is absolutely heavily dependent upon carbon and coal and things to that effect. And so, that's why we have put this oversight, because they can't go back and run this utility anymore in the freewheel manner that they were doing before we got in trouble. Because I'm going to tell you, if you haven't seen, you're right, the carbon taxes are being discussed. As you know, the pipelines have been stopped by executive order, and fracking is being discouraged. So, there's a lot of issues that we have with Santee Cooper, and that's why we got to keep our eyes on them over these next few years.
Right. Did you know that Santee Cooper has in their plan right now additional solar generation, as well as closing the Wynya coal-fired generating station?
Yeah, I'm well aware of their solar, and I'm well aware that they probably paid more for solar than any utility, but yes, I'm glad that they're moving towards solar, but they did not do it in the most cost-efficient manner.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Williams, question, about 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Chairman, I just want to say thank you for making some progress with Santee. And my question is, with ORS, actually they've been there from the beginning. I just wanted to know what have changed with ORS as it relates to oversight, because since they've been there from the beginning, it looked like they would have caught some of this prior to. But help me to understand what has changed with ORS that could help us out and move us further down the road.
Yes, sir, and that's a great question, Mr. Williams. I appreciate it, because right now, ORS really doesn't have any oversight. What they have is involvement in the process that is reporting to the General Assembly, okay? So they don't have any oversight. So what this bill does, once we get past Act 135, if this is adopted by the end of the year, if we don't adopt it, then it's by the end of the month. What it does is give ORS full authority to make audits, conduct examinations, inspections, and enforce compliance with the law that we have written. And so they are now the regulator and enforcer of the agency. So that's a good thing. So there's now oversight on there and constant monitoring and compliance, which we have never had on Santee Cooper.
Okay, and ORS, PSC, and what's the other oversight?
The group of the Speaker, the President of the Senate, the Governor, and the two finance chairs.
Thank you so much.
Ms. Smith, your time on amendment is expired. Pending question is the adoption of Amendment 2A. Roll call is required and ordered. We'll vote on the board. All right, members, time's expired. Polls are closed. Clerk will tabulate. A vote of 115 to 0. Amendment 2A is adopted. Clerk will read.
Number 3A, Lucas and others.
Mr. Finley is recognized on Amendment 3A.
Mr. Speaker, members of the House, this amendment deals with reforming the governance structure of Santee Cooper so that the board and the agency, and it is a state agency, are held accountable by not only the taxpayers, but the citizens and the ratepayers. Let me start with what this amendment proposes to do with the Santee Board of Directors. It removes all current members of the board by no later than January 1st, 2023. The removal is phased. Current members could be reappointed unless they have served prior to January 1st, 2018. Board terms are shortened from 4 years to 7. No new board member may serve more than 3 consecutive terms, so 12 years. Partial terms, however, do not count. Imposes the requirement originally passed by this House for new appointments. 4-year degree and relevant experience both is required. Adds requirements to consider demographics in making and confirming appointments. There will be ex officio members added to the board, people outside the board structure that bring specific skills and knowledge. It adds 3 ex officio board members to the board: the chairman of Central Electric or their designee, an additional member of the Central Electric Board of Directors as selected by their board, and a person representing industrial customers. They also serve 4-year terms. The House has tightened the conflict of interest provision, and ex officio members are subject to the same removal process as full board members, or may be removed by Central with notice to Santee Cooper. And this is one of the most important things that we will hit on: the board's duties and responsibilities. A duty to the best interest of Santee's 3 customer classes, residential, commercial, and industrial, rather than to simply provide power to those classes. The board must consider and vote in public on the compensation for the CEO and all other senior members at Santee. The board must maintain subcommittees related to the lakes, land management, water services, etc. Compensation, Mr. Danning hit on this. The CEO's salary will be subject to approval by the agency head salary commission, and payouts to former employees, no matter what form, will also require agency head salary commission approval. Board member removal, and I think this is a very important part of what we're doing, creates a new standard by which the governor can remove a board member for violation of their statutory duties. Removes some of the prohibition contained in the current statute. Finally, JBRC and the legislative oversight. And I think this is what keeps and protects the taxpayers of South Carolina. The issuance of new bond debt by Santee Cooper will require the approval of JBRC other than operating debt for a day-to-day business. House Ways and Means and Senate Finance will have the ability, on their own motion, to compel the presentation of information or testimony from Santee Cooper as it sees fit, when it sees fit. And finally, clearly states that Santee Cooper, its board, the board subcommittees are all subject to the state's FOIA laws for the purposes of releasing information when requested and for the purposes of conducting meetings. Mr. Speaker, that's a brief summary of this amendment. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Mr. Odd has a question. He's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Mr. Finley, for your explanation. Just want to hit on a couple of things relating to the board. Here's my concern, and help me be okay with this. We have, I think last I checked, almost half of the board right now, half of the board seats are currently vacant, haven't been appointed in the manner by which they are supposed to be appointed, which is the governor. And we're going to continue to allow the governor to appoint these board members with advice and consent, I guess, of the Senate. Help me feel better about we have an opportunity and we're trying to put these reform measures in place, and we have a system by which we have half of the board that hasn't even been seated. If I want to move forward and be able to ensure that we're going to have representation from across the state, as is intended, one member from each of the 7 congressional districts, and then one from the 3 counties that are direct served by Santee Cooper, and then 2 at-large appointees, one of them being the chairman, how am I supposed to feel any better about moving forward and knowing that we're going to have full representation when we can't even get it right now, when the person that is supposed to be doing the appointing is not doing it?
Well, clearly I can't speak for the governor, but I would say this, 2 words to you. Peter McCoy was appointed last week. Peter Peter stood at this well and told us that he would bring, if I remember correctly, the miscreants to justice. As attorney, South Carolina attorney, U.S. attorney, he did exactly that. The governor is beginning, I think, now he has not told me this, but this is my opinion, a clean sweep of the board. This continues that, and I think the governor understands the severity and importance that we begin to appoint new people with this legislation and remove those who've been a problem in the past.
Yeah, well,
but understand, I'm speaking on my opinion of what the governor thinks, not on what I know.
Yeah, and I'm not as much concerned about what he thinks or as what we are giving him the authority to do, which is to seat those board members, which he's had the ability to do, but yet, we seem to be criticizing a lot of the decisions, or we have, justifiably so and rightly so, over the course of the last several years. And the question begs to be asked is, if we'd have had a full board, if we'd have had members there that would have been able to step up and perhaps ask questions, would all of the decisions have been made? I don't know the answer to that. I just know that, we're getting ready to pass, some major reforms that hopefully are going to go into place for quite some time and be very productive. Just trying to make sure that we're doing all we can do to make it run as efficiently as possible. But thank you, Mr. Finley.
Thank you.
Pending question. Mr. Jefferson, question.
Thank you, Representative Finley. Good job so far. First of all, I want you to know that I'm totally in favor of the reform that Santee Cooper is looking at. Just one or two questions. You mentioned certain skills that's going to be required from some of the board members. Can you specify some of these skills?
So I think there are people that have to have industry knowledge of power generation and distribution, accounting, the types of things that will make this board more effective and more able to question senior management, less willing to go along with simplistic answers that may not be completely factually accurate.
Any idea how long or how often these board members will be meeting?
I don't, but I would say that they need to meet as soon as they are appointed fairly often, because they've got a lot of work to do.
Thank you for your work.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Matthews, question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This corner don't get no love over here, Mr. Speaker. I wanted to ask a question about, at the risk of repeating what Representative Jefferson just asked, each member must also have a bachelorette degree or an advanced degree, or one from a recognized institution of higher learning requiring face-to-face. So does that mean that we are excluding those who take classes online?
I'm sorry, I did not understand the last part of your question.
It requires that they have a degree from a face-to-face contact Institute of Higher Learning. So does that mean we're excluding people who take classes online?
Yes. Yes, it is like many of the boards and commissions across this state that it requires. It is not a standard by which a non-face-to-face for-profit college would qualify.
So with us in the year of 2021, with a lot of people doing distance learning, this would exclude them from having a voice in something that readily affects them?
I don't think that it would necessarily exclude them, but I think we are looking for, we have seen a board that didn't do a good job. We are trying to raise the standards and criteria for board members.
I don't know if I agree with that, but I'll move on to my next question. My next question is also, I noticed that in here it says that a background of substantial duration and expertise in at least one of the following, but it does not give a timeline for what that substantial duration means. And I also am concerned that that would exclude people like myself who are of the younger class of citizen that still have to deal with and pay bills from these energy sources as well. When you don't list things like that and you start to get into the word substantial, what is the time frame associated with that word?
Mr. Finley, your time on the amendment is expired. Yep. Mr. Finley requests another 10 minutes granted. Mr. Finley.
The governor is the arbiter of that. So it is at the governor's purview that he decides what substantial experience is.
Okay, I can't vote for this amendment because it excludes too many people, but I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Members, pending question. Mr. Hill has a question. He's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Finley, for taking my question. I do have I want to ask you about Section 8 here. And for my recollection and for the body's recollection, can you remind us currently how much debt does Santee Cooper have on the books roughly related to the VC Summer project?
I'm going off memory here, Mr. Hill, but I believe it's in excess of $7 billion, of which $4 billion, give or take, and I understand that when you're talking in billions, that's a little terrifying, but about $4 billion of that is directly related to Santee Cooper.
So about at least $4 billion, possibly as much as $7 billion. Did you know, Mr. Finley, when I read Section 8, that brings the JBRC into the picture, which is a 5-member panel, I believe. Correct me if I'm wrong on that. But this says under subsection 3, it says, make sure I get the right section for you here. Subsection 2, if the JBRC does not take action on the issuance within 60 days, the issuance is considered approved. In context of this, can you tell me how, if this bill passes as we're amending it to today, what's going to happen with that $7 billion? What's going to happen with that $7 billion? How is Santee Cooper going to pay for it? Are we providing them a way to refinance that debt at the expense of the taxpayers of South Carolina?
No, I would argue exactly the opposite. JBRC is there to protect the taxpayers of South Carolina. That is one of our biggest fears. Santee Cooper appeared in front of us probably 4 months ago making the argument that they'd reduce debt while borrowing another $100 million. What no one in this body that I'm aware of wants is the state being subject or being the backup to that. We do not want to be the guarantor of that debt. So what I think JBRC is doing and will do is be a governor, someone who slows down the amount and the frequency of the borrowing unless it is financially viable and thoughtful. There will be opportunities, I hope, to refinance that debt because, to your question, the only way the debt gets paid for is through the ratepayers. And the best thing that Santee Cooper can do is cut its costs, cut them dramatically, and one of the ways to do that would be refinance debt at a lower rate.
So we do want them to refinance debt, and if they do, then under Section 8, the Joint Bond Review Committee would have an opportunity to review it within 60 days and take action. If they chose to do so, would we be in violation of any bond covenants that would potentially put the taxpayers on the hook?
To my knowledge, the most important thing that we have done is not put them under the Public Service Commission, which would put us in violation. This is as close to regulating them as we regulate other entities without violating the covenants. So please understand that what I think has been done, in my opinion, is the best protection against that we can do without possibly violating bond covenants that could put us on the hook for that debt.
And I know that neither one of us, Mr. Finley, I believe, are an attorney. I believe you're a business owner. I'm a tech entrepreneur. But I do have to wonder, Mr. Finley, if attorneys, if courts, if judges will agree on that position in the future. I do get a little nervous about this. Did you know, Mr. Finley? And I think we ultimately share a very grave concern over what's going to happen with that debt in the future.
And your concern is well-founded. Yep.
Thank you, John.
Pending question is the adoption of Amendment 3A. Roll call is required in order. We'll vote on the board. All right, members, time has expired. Polls are closed. Clerk will tabulate. By a vote of 117 to 2, Amendment 3A is adopted. Clerk will read.
The last amendment is 4A. 4A is by Mr. Lucas, Merle Smith, Simmerlin, and Finley.
On Amendment 4A, Mr. Simmerl is recognized.
That's all of them.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, this amendment deals with...
Mr. Simmerl, let me get you some order. House will be in order. Mr. Simmerl.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, this amendment deals with, we'd call it sale amendment, but in that case, I would have Colonel Ligon up here. I would not need to be up here, but this is more about process. If you'll note, of course, the House twice before has sent legislation to the Senate dealing with the sale of Santee Cooper and the process therein. This amendment does the very same thing in a fundamental manner, exactly as we have passed before, that sets up a familiar process between the House and the Senate, much like a conference committee would be. As you and I both know, we need to distinguish ourselves from the Senate in how we set up the negotiations moving forward with this process. We also broke these amendments down in three separate parts instead of putting them all together, so that we ensure that the process is clear in its inception and movement across the aisle. As we debate issues in this body and they are then debated in the Senate, as we go into negotiations, we need to be clear and concise and have the strongest hand, I would say, possible as we move forward. This amendment does not require a sale. Again, it sets up a process. As you know, NextEra has packed up, taken their earnest money, and they have gone. There is not a buyer. But we short ourselves if we do not continue the process to allow that to be a part of what we have passed in this long run dealing with Santee Cooper. With that, Mr. Speaker, I'll be glad to stop and answer any questions.
Mr. Ott, question.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Thank you, Mr. Gary. Mr. Simmerl, how long have we been debating this possibility of a sale? How long have we been talking about this?
4 years.
4 years. And how many different committees have we put together and looked at these possibilities and taken bids in those 4 years?
However many you served on, Mr. Ott.
No, not all of them. Not sure about that one. Don't know?
Plenty, yes.
Plenty. And then just finally, how many millions of dollars have we spent on looking at the possibility of a sale of Santee Cooper?
I don't know the exact figure, but north of $15 million.
North of $15 million, ultimately that has come from the general fund and paid by the taxpayers of South Carolina, correct?
That is correct.
And so now what you're wanting to do is you're asking this body to pass an amendment that has been rejected by the Senate to be able to continue with that process, to continue looking at it if somebody decides to come in and offer a proposal on buying Santee Cooper. What are we going to do then? Are we going to study that? Are we going to send it then to another agency so that they can hire some additional people to determine if it's a good offer? How many more millions of dollars are we going to spend continuously looking at the potential sale of Santee Cooper?
I think, Mr. Ott, that we short ourselves if we do not have every opportunity to move forward at the protection and at the behest of the taxpayers of South Carolina. I think that becomes the issue, that we shrink the availability of what can be done. And I think that if you look at what this amendment does, it allows the process, and that process is clear so that anybody who would be interested in Santee Cooper knows how the process works, that we have learned in the past from the work you have done in negotiating and in hearing throughout this process for Department of Administration and what they have learned through this as well. And I think that from a negotiating standpoint, regardless of what the Senate does, oftentimes we stand up here and say, well, the Senate won't do X or the Senate won't do Y. We need to pass legislation and work from our vantage point back to the taxpayers and the ratepayers in South Carolina when it comes to Santee Cooper, and that is to put ourselves in the strongest stand possible as we move forward. And so that's the reason for this amendment. Again, there's not someone who is saying, I want to buy Santee Cooper. We know that is not the case, but we short ourselves if we say we pull that rug.
But you would agree, Mr. Simmerl, we're not really shorting ourselves because the General Assembly is the one that is tasked with selling Santee Cooper. So if anyone ever, whether it was in the next 6 months or if it was 16 years from now, came forward and said that we would like to talk with the state about potentially purchasing Santee Cooper, we could at that particular time put together a committee to take a look at what that proposal looked like if we deemed it to be a serious offer, and we could then have that debate on whether or not we wanted to sell. I don't understand why we continue to beat this drum on this language of authorizing a sale of Santee Cooper when it is clear. That has been the painful part of this process, did you know, Mr. Simmerl? And I think finally and thankfully it has gotten to a point where, as Chairman Smith ultimately said, we can see the light at the end of the tunnel, and that is the fruition of legitimate, real, solid reforms that finally takes control and takes hold of Santee Cooper and ensures that Santee Cooper, one of our state's largest and most precious asset, remains a state-owned utility, but also does what's right in the coming years and is going to be governed more effectively. And we've already taken care of that. And the governance is there, and then the reform is there on what we're going to have to make sure that we have these oversights and these controls in place. I'm just not convinced, Mr. Summerall, that we need this sale portion in light of where we've already been over the course of the last 4 years.
And actually, Mr. Ott, I think that you answered your question with your question, and that is, if we come back a year from now or 5 years from now, to have the process in place that allows that. In the meantime, we have reformed Santee Cooper. I think it's a win-win and a win in these three amendments as we move forward. There's nothing prohibiting that, Mr. Ott, from happening, but it certainly allows the opportunity as the House of Representatives as we negotiate with the Senate for the best outcome possible.
Ms. Davis, you'd like to be heard? Yes, ma'am. Ms. Davis is recognized on Amendment 4A. Thank you, Ms. Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I guess one day we'll be done with all of the microphone foam and get past this pandemic issue. But for today, today we're talking about something here in the history of the state of South Carolina that I think we'll remember for years to come. As I've said in the past, we're setting the stage for future energy policy in the state of South Carolina. We're setting the stage for economic development. We're setting the stage for future customer rates. We're setting the stage for our future renewable energy policy. We're setting the stage for so many things. So I think what we're doing here is important. You know, the last time I came to the well on this subject, I quoted one of my favorite baseball players, Yogi Berra, and I said, this is like deja vu all over again. Well, this is like deja vu all over again, right? We've been here and done this. I think it's time to move on. I think it's time to move on with reform. We've spent over $15 million, and we're essentially right back where we started. Although we've done a lot in the way of reforms. Santee Cooper has already implemented many reforms, and I think we're starting to see the benefit of those reforms. I'm opposed to a sale. I've been opposed to a sale. A sale has never made sense. It wasn't a good idea a few years ago, and it's still not a good idea. Today, we have no bidder. We've spent the $15 million with no progress. The Senate has voted no, pretty much. We have 1,600 state employees who are in limbo, and they've been in limbo for the last 4 years, wondering whether or not they're going to lose their jobs. We've got state retirees who are concerned about their pension and their insurance. What happens? We have large industrial customers, folks, who have no certainty. These are customers that rely on a reliable energy supply, a reliable low-cost energy supply. The financial markets are wondering what's going on. If we continue to vote in favor of a sale option, and I understand that there's this nuance between a sale option and between we're putting together a process. I mean, the way this amendment is written, it's written essentially the same way as the last amendment. It says that the General Assembly is authorized to make the sale, and it sets up a committee. That sounds like a sale to me. Not to mention that we're sitting here plowing the same ground that we've plowed before, over and over again, while we need to be getting our small businesses back up and running. We need to be getting our children back to school.
and we need to be getting South Carolinians back to work. I also want to make it clear, I've heard a lot of arguments for the sale of Santee Cooper as tied to free markets and pro-capitalism. I am pro-capitalism, and I am in favor of free markets. Selling Santee Cooper does not turn the electric utility industry into a free market. It doesn't. Free markets means customer choice. You know the best way a customer can have choice? If they're allowed to put solar panels on their house, for example. If they're allowed to have a thermostat that gives them the capability to control their price and their usage. Right now, the way the utility industry is set up all across the nation, those are the ways you give customers choices. Right now, we've had a play that was dealt to us, right? We have a deck of cards, and we're dealt this deck of cards, this hand, if you will, and we've got to deal with it. I think that the only way we deal with that is through thorough reform. And that's what we've talked about. The last two amendments have given us really good, solid reform, a path forward. To tack onto that a sale, I think, is a mistake. It keeps things in limbo, and we need more certainty than that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Ms. Davis. Mr. Ott, be heard on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for giving me your attention and your time just very quickly. I just want to start by congratulating the leadership and the folks that have worked so hard on this final product. And I want to say that seriously and sincerely. This is a long time coming. I remember however many years ago it's been now, 4 or 5 years ago, when all of this started, all of the fallout from VC Summer ultimately started, and this body started working predominantly on trying to deal with the private side, the investor-owned utility, and SCANA. I remember having many conversations with the speaker about the other side of it, and Santee Cooper, and making sure that folks that live out where places like you and I live, Randy, and are served by co-ops, we're going to get just as much fight to try to make them as whole as possible throughout this whole debacle, and his assurances that we would. But it was hard. It was hard to be a part of all of those early discussions and debates dealing with SCANA and Dominion, and having to wait patiently, knowing that a lot of the folks that we served, vast majority of folks in this room, we had constituents that were asking, when are you going to turn your attention to us? And so, this is a long time coming, to be this close, to be able to finally, have some finality and some assurances of where we're going with Santee Cooper. And so, sincerely, all of the folks that have stood up here today and talked about these reform measures with the governance and the accountability and everything else, I sincerely want to thank them, because I know how much work and effort ultimately went into every single one of these words that you see on your computers before you. But folks, we don't need to do this last amendment. I mean, that's just where we are. We've got a good bill that we can send back to the Senate. And I was really struck. I mean, Chairman Smith stood up here again. I'm going to reiterate that. He said we can see the light at the end of the tunnel. And we really can, but I just don't understand why we would want to push that light even further out and just continue to have this open-ended question when we don't have to. When all of this work to reform this agency and make it better has gone into play, but yet we're still going to allow this cloud to continue to hang. And that's what I really wanted to stand up here today. I mean, I'm a huge advocate. We've got line workers. We got linemen all across the state, folks. I've got several friends that are linemen, and I'm going to tell you, they are about as hard-working group of individuals as you're going to meet in this state. So if you don't know any of them, I would encourage you to get to know them. But we've got some mighty fine ones that work at Santee Cooper, and we've got tons and thousands of them that work at our co-ops. But also, we've got a lot of other folks that are working at Santee Cooper also. And can you imagine, just stop for a second and imagine over the course, now we're not talking about your upper echelon folks, and you know, it's shameful to know the amount of money that some of those top executives walked away with in light of the VC summer debacle. It is shameful that that was allowed to take place. So I'm not referring to them when I'm talking about employees of Santee Cooper. I'm talking about the people that make sure that get up every single morning to make sure that our lights come on when we flip that switch. Can you imagine not knowing or having that level of uncertainty over the course of the last 5 years about whether or not you were going to be out of a job because these guys and ladies in Columbia were debating on whether or not we were going to sell this utility? I mean, that's not fun. I mean, anybody that has ever worked knows that you want that certainty. And that's what I want to be able to provide is we have done the work, and we are not moving forward at this time with a sale, and send that message back to all of those hardworking employees that Santee Cooper is an asset of the state of South Carolina, that we value Santee Cooper, we value the employees that work there, we value our lakes at Lake Marion and Lake Moultrie, we value that resource. And I think that we can send that message when we say, you know, we did it, we looked into it. And by voting against this sale, you don't have to go back and tell your constituents that I was against the sale. We have turned over every rock that can be turned over the course of the last 3 or 4 years to invite people into this process and for them to give us their best offer on purchasing this utility. We have begged them, please, as Leader Summerall said, we spent over $15 million begging people to come and give us their proposals. That's a lot of taxpayer money to just know that we went through this process, and you know, we don't have anyone that rose to the level of paying what that utility was for. So I just ask you to think about that. You know, I would love for us to be able to pass this bill today, take out this sale provision, because we know that at the end of the day, we've done everything that we can to be able to identify a buyer for Santee Cooper. We've solicited the best offers that we could possibly field, and they weren't good enough. They weren't good enough. The private sector simply cannot provide electricity and return the investment to their investors on top of that cost. They simply can't do it at the retail rates that Santee Cooper are currently doing it for. And we know that. So we know that if we were going to sell, those rates were going to go up. And that's why I think it was prudent that we did not, that it was rejected. But now it's time for us to move forward. It's time for us to know that we did all we could do, but it's time for us to close ranks and rally behind this utility and know that we have put great reforms in place to keep them accountable, to ensure that there's transparency, to ensure that the people are being able to go into these board meetings and understand what these people are going to be doing. Those reforms are there, Mr. West. They truly are. And I would just ask that we reject this particular amendment and put to bed finally this notion of selling at this particular point, with the understanding, Mr. Speaker, that anytime someone wants to come and make an offer, that we can always accept that offer. We can always look at that offer and decide if that is in the best interest of the state of South Carolina. We are never prevented from doing that. We always have that option. I'll be more than happy to take any questions, but thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Ott. Pending question, the adoption of Amendment 4A. Roll calls required in order. We'll vote on the board. Sir. I'm sorry.
All right, Preston got admitted in law school, so I don't have to
Time's expired. Proposal closed. Clerk will tabulate. By a vote of 85 to 34, Amendment 4A is adopted. There being no more amendments, the Senate amendments are amended and the bill goes back to the Senate. All right, members, we are on Senate amendments. House Bill 3991. Clerk will read.
3991, Rutherford and Wooten. The bill passed LCI favorably with amendment, but we are now on Amendment 1A by Representative Sandifer. 1A.
Mr. Sandifer is recognized on Amendment 1A.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, this is the bill dealing with catalytic converters, something that we very definitely need to do. The Senate took the bill that we had, changed it around, made significant number of changes to it. The amendment that is a strike and insert all, so this amendment would become the bill in total. This cleans up language and the consistency of the language throughout the bill as the Senate returned it to us. The Senate kept all of the substantive provisions of that this body passed, but they made one change that has unintended consequences. And that is that it directly affects, and I want you to listen to this number now, it directly affects the 20 counties out of the 46 who adjoin another state. Actually, I live in one that adjoins 2 other states. But what's happening is they put in language that says that the secondary metals recyclers must be physically located in the state of South Carolina. In a lot of the border counties, take in Aiken County, if you will, or York County, think about the 2 metropolises that they adjoin, and you realize that there is likely to be a recycler in those cities that would be more handily available and would probably have trucks to come and pick up the used catalytic converters from a shop, a repair shop that takes them off legally, holds them, and then sells them to the metals recycler. So this clears that up, making sure that those SMRs, the secondary metals recyclers, that they are licensed in this state. They follow all of the laws of our state if they are doing what I've suggested to you that they would do. So everything would follow the law. They would have to do everything that our recyclers would have to do. And that's what the amendment does.
Any questions? Adoption Amendment 1A. Roll call is required. Voting on the board's order. If all members wishing to vote voted. All members wishing to vote voted. Any objection to closing the roll call? Hearing none, clerk close polls and tabulate. But a 119-0, Amendment 1A Amendment 1A is adopted and returned to the Senate. The Senate amendments are amended and to be returned to the Senate. Ms. Oremus moves we recur to the morning hour. All in favor say aye. All opposed? The ayes have it. We have recurred to the morning hour. Clerk will read.
Ms. Davis. Ms. Davis. We have regulations for the Public Service Commission.
What is this, regulations? Regulations.
We have Senate amendments to House Bill 3539 by Ms. Davis.
Ms. Davis requested immediate consideration to Senate Amendment 3539. Mr. Hyde or Ms. Davis, one of you want to tell us what this is about, please? Mr. Hyatt's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We're going
Let
to
me
ask.
get some order, please. Sergeant, Mr. Wooten probably needs to be escorted from the building. Mr. Hyde, at this point, I just want you to tell them briefly what the consideration is so we can determine whether you can receive unanimous consent to take this Senate amendment up immediately. So I just need a short overview of what we're asking for here. Please, sir. Mr. Hyatt's recommended.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And this is the Feral Hog Bill, and they just made 3 simple amendments to it. And the Ms. Davis and the others that were authors of the bill agree that we should probably just concur with their amendment.
All right, so the question before us first is immediate consideration of this Senate bill. We need unanimous consent. Do I hear any objection? Hearing none, it's so ordered. Mr. Hyde has now explained the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. They made three adjustments to the bill, which I think were actually helped the bill a little bit. They added, they said the official form of identification approved by the state veterinarian and transported in such a way that the swine is visible. I think Mr. Haddon's involved in this, and he's looked at this as well, and he believes that helps the bill. The official form of identification, you've got to have it with you at all times when you're transporting these swine. Second thing they did, they said that if at any time someone is disregarding anything that's being done, that the Department of Natural Resources may seize and destroy any of these swine that are not being transported in the right way. And then the third thing they did, it says this act takes effect upon approval by the governor, and they put a sunset on it on July 1st, 2024, which will allow us to take a look at it and see if we're doing the right thing as far as this goes. I move for concurrence.
Pending question is whether the House shall concur with the Senate amendments on House Bill 3539. Mr. Hyatt asked you to concur, but green to concur, red to reject. Ms. McGarry? Ms. McGarry? For what purpose do you rise?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I ask that we recess in memory on April 29th. It'll never be just another beautiful spring day for these families.
Ms. McGarry, I'm sorry. Let me get some order, please. Ms. McGarry has a adjourn in memory request, and if we'd give her the courtesy of being heard. Ms. McGarry, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. April 29th will never be just another beautiful spring day for these families. It will forever be remembered as the worst day of their lives. So today, I'd like to request that we adjourn in the memory of those lives lost in a senseless killing. 2 men just showing up to do their job, as they did every day, to protect and serve. We all know someone just like them. Don't we, Mr. Bryant, Mr. Pope, Mr. Wooten? Sergeant Chris Ward and K-9 Deputy Logan Fox of the Watauga County Sheriff's Department in Boone, North Carolina, as they leave behind families, both blood and blue, who are hurting tremendously today. Remember their names, as well as the families of George and Michelle Ligon, whose lives were also taken. This small community is shaken at its core. Let us pray for their healing, and South Carolina stands for you. Thank you.
Ms. McGarry requests when we adjourn today, we adjourn in memory of Sergeant Chris Ward, K-9 Deputy Logan Fox, as well as the families of George and Michelle Ligon. And it is so ordered. If we would, let's rise for a brief moment of silence, honoring these law enforcement officers who gave their lives, as well as the family who lost their lives. Amen. Time has expired. Clerk, close the polls and tabulate. Vote of 112-0. The House concurs in the Senate amendments.
We have a committee report from Ways and Means favorable as is, Senate 463, committee report.
Committee report.
As well as Ways and Means favorable as is, Senate 587.
Committee report.
Favorable with amendment, committee report from Ways and Means 677.
Committee report.
Ways and Means favorable as is, Senate 436.
Committee report.
As well as Senate 675.
Committee report.
And 461.
Committee report.
Ways and Means favorable, Senate 658.
Committee report.
And Senate 527.
Committee report.
And Senate 609.
Committee report.
Ways and Means Committee reports favorable with amendment, Senate 627.
Committee report.
Favorable as is, Ways and Means Committee reports 689. Thank you.
Committee report.
House resolution by Mr. Moore and Hyde expressing sorrow at the passing of Grady Baldwin Anthony.
Adopted.
Great Case Britain honoring Reverend Bruce Marion Crawford.
Mr. Britton and others request the roll of the House to honor Reverend Bruce Marion Crawford. Do I hear any objection?
Weston Newton.
Hearing none, it is so ordered.
Pardon me. I'm
Clerk
reading.
will read.
reading. Weston Newton honoring Hilton Head Christian Academies. That is also with Herb Kurzman and Bradley. And Shanae Erickson.
Beaufort County delegation requests the roll of the House. Do I hear any objection? Hearing none, it's so ordered.
Mr. Rutherford expressing sorrow for James Paul Jimmy Rogers.
Adopted.
Representative Garvin and others honoring King, Benjamin, Lindbergh, Jefferson.
Mr. Garvin and others request a roll of the House honoring King Benjamin Lindbergh Jeffcoat for his years of distinguished service. Do I hear objection? Hear none, it's so ordered.
This is a note, sir. Representative Mark Smith and others expressing gratitude and sacrifice for America's military heroes.
Mr. Mark Smith requests unanimous consent for the roll of the House. Do I hear any objection? Hear none, it's so ordered.
Faskar Pendarvis celebrating the Military Magnet Academy girls basketball team.
Mr. Pendarvis requests unanimous consent for Celebrate Military Magnet Academy girls basketball team. Do I hear an objection? Hear none, it's so ordered.
Mr. Lucas congratulating Benny Frank DeBrule.
Mr. Lucas requests a roll of the House honoring Benny Frank DeBrule. Do I hear objection? Hear none, it's so ordered.
Ms. Bennett honoring Hannah Giddens.
Ms. Bennett requests a roll of the House honoring Hannah Giddens. Do I hear any objection? Hear none, so ordered.
Representative Davey Hyatt honoring Dr. Fred Stone after 40 years as pastor of First Baptist.
Adopted.
Mr. Garvin and Rutherford honoring Keenan girls basketball.
Mr. Garvin requests the roll of the House. Do I hear any objection? Hear none, it's so ordered.
Bunny Kimmons commending Sergeant John Murray.
Adopted.
Representative Wendell Gilliard honoring Senior Jacoby Johnson.
Mr. Gilliard requests unanimous consent for the roll of the House be added for Senior Jacoby Johnson. Do I hear an objection? Hear none, it's so ordered.
Introduction by Jermaine Lucius Johnson honoring Sarah Mae Fleming.
Adopted.
Mr. Atkinson asking the Department of Transportation to name a section.
Invitations.
Ms. Calhoun has a concurrent resolution memorializing Congress to amend the Real ID Act of 2005.
Judiciary.
Representative Johnson and others amending the Code of Laws to declare June 22nd as Sarah Mae Fleming Day.
Invitations.
Mr. Rutherford amending the Code of Laws providing for cable service providers.
LCI.
Ms. Calhoun providing that the Department of Motor Vehicles must issue Real ID complaint driver's licenses.
She's requesting without.
Yes, sir.
Is that something we get unanimous consent?
What does it do?
Ms. Calhoun requests unanimous consent that this bill go without reference. Do I hear an objection? Hear none, it's so ordered.
Introduction. Gary Smith, Greenville County Precincts. Greenville County Precincts.
Mr. Gary Smith requests that this bill regarding Greenville County precincts go without reference. Do I hear an objection? Hear none, it's so ordered.
Representative Johnson and others pertaining to third-party claims in workers' compensation actions.
Judiciary.
Ms. Cobb Hunter creating the Justice 40 Oversight Committee addressing the issue of environmental justice through targeted efforts in certain communities.
Judiciary.
Ms. Bennett amends the definition of public and independent institutions for purposes of awarding Palmetto scholarships and life scholarships.
Ways and Means.
Representative Tedder, pertaining to alcoholic liquor and beverages.
Judiciary.
Representative Long, public school districts and institutions of higher learning.
Education.
Ms. Hennigan. All right, members, we're on special recognitions, introductions. Ms. McDaniel, Ms. Hennigan, and a very, very special friend.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Is Representative Hart looking for him so he could be here? Okay. It's a pleasure for us today to have Tremaine Holt, who's 15 years old, virtually attending North Myrtle Beach High School. I had the opportunity to meet him last week, and the first thing he said to me was, "I'm a politician." I said, "I hope you're a good one." After high school, he planned to attend college and to major in political science. And then he eventually planned to run for the South Carolina House of Representatives. He's interested in national and local politics, he says. He's a very bright young man. And he plans to run for Chris Hart's seat. Thank you and welcome. And welcome, Tremaine Holt. I just thought you might want to have a picture with him. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And you have a letter for him.
He already gave it to me. Oh,
No. He wants to give this.
Oh, okay.
You want to read it to him? Read it out. You can read it out. Okay.
It says, Speaker Lucas, I just want you to know how grateful I am to meet you and be in session today. I love you.
Let me tell you, this young man came by to meet me Thursday afternoon, and you know, sometimes you want to leave, but it's that special person you meet that makes you want to stay, and we sat around and talked for about 30 minutes. And Chris, I'm sorry, I told him I would support his campaign. But because he is very special. But listen, I told him not to run until you retire, but we can't wait to get you up here, young man. Thank you. Let's welcome this young man to the South Carolina House. Ms. Erickson. All right, House will be in order. We got a few introductions, a few more bills, and we'll be taking a motion to adjourn. Ms. Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I could have the Beaufort delegation join me up here, that would be great. Except Jeff, but that's okay. Yeah, it's all right. Come on. Yesterday was a very special day, and we weren't with him, so if you'll help us, please tell Jeff Bradley happy number 64.
Jeff Bradley, 64 years old. Happy birthday, Jeff. You can tell he's getting to that age where he's letting his hair grow out the back and he just don't care. Mr. Kirby, House will be in order. A few introductions. Mr. Kirby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for this moment of privilege to stand before you. Today, I tell you, I stand here a little prouder and a little taller this day because on Thursday night at 8:57 p.m., our family was blessed. We were blessed with the birth of Emerson Lee Hall, firstborn child of Mary Catherine Kirby Hall and Andrew Lee Hall of Lake City. Emerson weighed 8 pounds, 7 ounces. She was 21 inches long, and she's a bundle of beauty. Now, please understand when you hear me say that she's the most beautiful baby ever born to humankind, I'm just being honest. But seriously, Pam and I are so overjoyed. We are so thankful. And we are so blessed. I heard a guy once say that, only the best parents get to be grandparents. I don't know if that's true or not, but I'm just happy to be in the grandparents club now. Mr. West, I've heard many of my friends and colleagues, including you, shed their experiences of being a first-time grandparent. But being blessed with a granddaughter has brought life to a part of my heart that I never knew existed. We're so overjoyed. I want to thank each one of you for your calls, for your texts, for your well wishes, for your prayers, and for your friendship over these past few days. Thanks to our great staff for making these pictures available for you so you could enjoy my bragging on this beautiful thing. So just relish that for a minute. I mean, come on, guys. But seriously, thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Let's congratulate Grandpa Kirby. I'm proud of you, Roger. Mr. White. Mr. White. House will continue to be in order. House will be in order. Mr. White is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to make an announcement that tomorrow morning in room 110 of the Blatt Building, we're going to have a Sportsman's Caucus meeting. So all you members of the Sportsman's Caucus will be there at 9:30. Primary reason for it is the election of officers. Thank you.
Sportsman Caucus, 9:30 in the morning. Mr. Pendarvis, special introduction.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good afternoon, members. When I first was elected, it was important for me to build and mold the next generation. And so I started the Pendarvis Leadership Institute to really cultivate young minds and people like the young gentleman who came here who wanted to enter into politics and learn about public service. And so each year I've had an intern who's interned with me in the House of Representatives. And this year I just want to honor Bakari Jackson. It's his last day. He's a freshman at the University of South Carolina. He hails from Dorchester County. I believe he lives in your district, Mr. Murphy. And just wanted to thank him for his contributions, his work. I know his father personally. This is a young man that's going places. He's doing tremendous things, one of the brightest young minds that I know. And I want to thank you for allowing me to mentor you this session. And I wish you well in your future endeavors, Bakari. So if we could just give it up for Bakari Jackson.
Young man, welcome to the South Carolina House.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And I'm so glad to hear Mitch, just a minute. I'm so glad to hear that Representative Pendarvis has been mentoring you, and you can live by his slogan, "I want it my way." So welcome to the South Carolina House. All right, members, we're back on the calendar. Senate Bill 425. Clerk will read.
$425, Senator Alexander. LCI favorable with amendment number 1, which is the committee report. Amendment number 1, LCI.
Mr. Jefferson's recognized on amendment number 1.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a simple amendment. A qualified individual reasonably believes that the financial exploitation of an eligible adult may have occurred, may have been attempted, or is being attempted, then the qualified individual may promptly notify the agencies.
Yes, sir.
Question is adoption amendment number 1. All in favor of saying aye? All opposed? The ayes have it.
And there are no further amendments to Senate Bill 425.
Question is adoption Senate 425 as amended. Roll call is required. Voting on the board's order.
What's that?
Mr. Jefferson, there's been a request you explain all the rest of the bills on the calendar, if you'd do that. If all members wishing to vote, voted. All members wishing to vote, voted. Any objection to closing roll call? Hear none, clerk close polls, tabulate. 97-0, Senate 425 is amended. Receive second reading. Clerk will read.
We have LCI committee reports favorable with amendment. Amendment number 1, the committee report for Senate Bill 435, LCI.
Mr. Hardy is recognized on the LCI committee report, Amendment 1, Senate 435. We're on the bottom of page 6. Mr. Hardy is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senate Bill 435 deals with limited lines of travel insurance. The proposed legislation clarifies the regulatory framework governing travel insurance and establishes customer protections, ensuring such plans are fair and reasonable, clarifies permissible sales practices and applicability of the state's unfair trade practice law, prohibits the practice of opt-out sales, imposes explicit consumer disclosures in addition to what the state insurance law otherwise mandates, provides that travel insurance may be sold via individual groups or blanket policies, and specifies how premiums are to be calculated. It also clarifies most cases travel insurance must be filed as inland marine insurance. This is a strike all and insert, so the amendment becomes the bill.
Question is adoption amendment number 1. All in favor say aye. All opposed? The ayes have it. Amendment number 1 is adopted. Clerk will read.
There are no further amendments to this bill.
Question is adoption Senate 435 is amended. Roll call is required. Voting on the board's order. If all members wishing to vote voted. If all members wishing to vote voted. Ms. Shedron Williams. Mr. Govan. Any objection to closing the roll call? Any objection? Hearing none, clerk close polls and tabulate. Voter 95-0, Senate 435. As amended, receives second reading. Clerk will read.
421 is a Senate bill which also passed the LCI committee favorable in its original state.
Mr. Cogswell is recognized on Amendment 1. I apologize. Mr. Cogswell is recognized on the bill. You brushed me back to plate with that hour's worth of amendments.
Trying to be quick. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senate Bill 421 is a compliance bill that deals with extended unemployment benefits. In 2010, Congress passed the Tax Relief, Unemployment Insurance Reauthorization, and Job Creation Act. This bill allowed states to temporarily amend its alternative EB trigger law to use a 3-year look-back period through December 31st, 2011. In response, South Carolina amended its law to utilize this 3-year look-back period. However, unlike the federal government, we did not include a sunset provision and we have not subsequently amended its statute to revert to the federally required 2-year look-back period. So, in short, this bill takes us from a 3-year look-back period on the extended benefits to 2 years, so we are in compliance with federal law. There was no dissent in either subcommittee or committee, so on behalf of the LCI, I would appreciate your support.
Question is adoption, Senate 421. Roll call is required, voting on the board's order. If all members wishing to vote voted. If all members wishing to vote voted. Any objection to closing roll call? Any objection to closing roll call? Hearing none, clerk close polls, tabulate. Voted 97-0, S421 receives second reading. Clerk will read.
Senate 468, LCI favorable as is. Senate 468.
Mr. Cogswell is recognized on 468.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senate Bill 468 is another housekeeping bill or compliance bill that deals with extended unemployment benefits. Back in December, when we were unsure what was going to happen with COVID and its effects on unemployment in this state, the federal government enacted legislation that allowed states to waive a 13-week waiting period on said extended benefits if their statewide unemployment rate hit problematic levels. This bill simply allows South Carolina to take advantage of the provided waiver in the unlikely scenario it becomes necessary. It is worth noting that this is only a temporary allowance as it will expire at the end of this year. So with that, I would ask for your support.
Question is adoption. Senate 468, roll call is required, voting on the board's order. All members wishing to vote voted. All members wishing to vote voted. Any objection to closing roll call? Hearing none, clerk close polls, tabulate. Voted 91-0, Senate 468, receive second reading. Clerk will read.
500. 500. Senator Scott LCI favorable as is.
Ms. Cogswell is recognized on 500.
This bill will likely take about 45 minutes to an hour to explain, so just bear with me. Just kidding. This is a very simple bill. It deals with what is required on certain plans that are submitted for permit in counties. It's cleaning up some inconsistencies. It deals with townhomes and the need not to have an architect's seal on the drawings when submitted from permit. So basically what this does is it clarifies that an architect's seal is not required on townhome submittals, provided those plans comply with obviously all local building codes and requirements. So with that, would move for passage.
Question is adoption. Senate 500. Roll call is required. Voting on the board's order. All members wishing to vote voted. All members wishing to vote voted. Any objection to closing roll call? Any objection? Hear none, clerk close polls, tabulate. Voted 98-0, S500 receives second reading. Clerk will read.
House Bill 3416 by Representative Yao. 3M favorable as is.
Mr. Yao is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yeah, I will, Bill. This is a cleanup bill from a few years ago when we passed this bill. This bill just says that the County Veteran Affairs Office is an at-will employee of the county legislative delegation, and it makes it clear that each county veteran affairs officer is considered a county employee, just to clean up some wording that was in the legislation a few years back. And ask for passage.
Question is adoption. House Bill 3416. Roll call is required. Voting on the board's order. All members wishing to vote voted. All members wishing to vote voted. Any objection? Closing the roll call. Any objection to closing the roll call? Mr. Robert Williams objects. Time has expired. Clerk, close polls and tabulate. Voter 920-3416 receives second reading. Mr. J. Moore moves that we do now adjourn. All in favor say aye. All opposed? Mr. Moore, if you don't want to work, we'll go on home. All opposed? The ayes have it. We're adjourned 10 o'clock tomorrow. Thank you, folks.